All right, let's do a quick mic check. All right, mic sounds good. I'm just getting the last couple of things ready. Just a minute, and I'll be right back. Just got to get some coffee. I'm ready. Time to get started. Actually, let's do face cam. Oh, that is lovely. I didn't realize that my face cam had this happening. Can I? Sorry, I did not realize this was happening. That is not any better. Is that better? That's better. Hey, Des, good to see you. Hey, Zan, welcome. Just trying to get the very high-tech solution I have for dealing with the light that is not working today. Oh, come on. This way? This work? That sort of works. Eh, good enough. Alrighty. So, Des says, I hope you're not doing the one I am. I know you won't be, though. I don't know that you know that. I can never remember the name of the guy I'm painting. Michelle remembers his name. He's a comedian. That's who I'm painting. What is his name? So actually, I'll share it. Yeah, I'll actually share the image that I'm going to be painting off of, just so people, if they don't want to do the one I'm doing, you know, you don't have to, or you can avoid it if you want to, whatever. 1 second. All right, I'm sharing it in the Discord. I am doing, I am doing this one. And actually I can share it. Hold on, I can put it on stream. There we go. This is the painting this is a reference I'm using for my painting. So if you want to use it, you can. If you want to avoid it, you can. You're doing the same guy, different shot. Fair enough. Fair enough. I picked an odd one because I picked one with his hand covering his face, which is an odd choice in a lot of ways. Yeah. Where is the hand tool? Okay, there we go. Photoshop is being weird. Alrighty. So that's what I'm going to be working off of. I'm glad you like it, Michelle. But there's a whole library of images of all the different people from episode 2, season 4. And you are all welcome to paint whoever, whichever one you want, in any style you want. The idea of this is, like everyone knows, Portrait Artist of the Year. So just pretend you're on the show, because that's the idea. Hopefully, people participate other than Des. I think Zan's here and will be participating, and hopefully some more people. But yeah, it's all for fun. There's no actual competition to it. And I will be starting in just a minute. I thought I'd do a bit of a, talking and introducing to people who aren't familiar with it. So yeah, I picked an episode from season 4. There are links in my Discord to my Google Drive that has all the images. You can grab your own screenshots if you want. It's kind of a pain in the ass. That's why I did it for everybody. But yeah, that's about it. I don't know what else to say other than, there's a 4-hour time limit, which I will be starting, in just a minute. I figured there's going to be a bit of a pre-show and post-show kind of preamble type of thing. But yeah. Let's see, is there anything else I'm missing before I start painting that I need to talk or mention? Thank you for the Discord link. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, I haven't eaten anything, so I'm going to have a snack too. Literally the only thing this will be the first thing I eat today. All right. And then, let's see. You can see all I've done so far is put a crosshairs, for the center lines. And my face cam isn't working. Hold on a second. There we go. Oh yeah, mention my class. I have a class, No Fear Painting, starts June 22nd. It's 4 weeks, $220, teaching my painting techniques and how to really just go for it when you're painting and not be afraid of making mistakes and be looser with your paintings. I think that's a good description of it. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate the reminders. I guess the thing about the workshop is worth mentioning. I'm not really going to teach anybody how to paint from, like, you know, beginning stages. If this is your first painting class, like, yeah, it's not going to be the right class for you. But if you know how to paint and you want to level up, you're a little hesitant, you're a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Timid in your painting style, you want to break out of that a bit. I think my class is perfect for anybody who wants to, level up in that direction, be a bit more bold with their painting. It's not a thing on how to, like, paint in my style, because you can apply it to any style you want. It's more just an attitude and a mindset and some tools to help with that, to encourage it, because no fear has become my painting mantra, and I feel like my what's it called? My paintings have really improved since I started that. Hey, Cassandra, welcome. Wait, I thought it was next weekend. Happy birthday, Cassandra. I didn't realize it was this weekend. Happy birthday. I feel like there's a shadow here and I don't know what's causing it. Oh well. All right. So I am going to get started. Now, I know it's a 4-hour thing, but if it's 4 hours and 15 minutes, or, ends up being 3 hours and 45 minutes, I'm playing it a little loose because I'm doing the whole production on my own, basically. So yeah, I'm not gonna be a super stickler for it. And I will probably end up painting working on my painting after I finish it today, if I feel like I want to take it to an extra fine finish later, which is something a lot of the painters on the show do as well, by the way. A lot of the people who have the what's it called? Oh my god. The celebrities pick their paintings often will do more work on it later. Cassandra says, I picked the woman. She's got interesting eyes and cheekbones. Oh yeah, she absolutely does. She looks very interesting. She has very, very stark features. Really great to paint in a lot of ways. Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty. Let's get started. Des says she was a model when she was young, so the bone structure is there. I think she's been a model for a very long time, honestly. French Fries is here. Hello, everyone. Did I miss anything? Not really. I just went over the basic premise. Did you get the link? And I also showed the image I'll be working from. You absolutely don't have to pick that one. You can actually avoid it if you don't want to paint the same one as me. There's a Google Drive. There's a link to a Google Drive with a bunch of images for you to pick from. Yeah, everything's in the Discord in the Portrait Artist of the Year paint along. And I'm just going to get started roughing in everything, and then we can talk about different things if people have questions or whatever. Everything is welcomed. Yeah. How are you doing today, French fries? I picked a bit of a weird choice. I think it's very expressive. That's why I picked it. I like that, but it's actually from the end of the episode where he gets to see all the paintings of him, and that was his reaction, and I liked it a lot, so I'm doing that. And the paint I'm using right now, if anyone's wondering, is literally just the leftovers from my last painting session, just all mixed together. I could not tell you I can tell you what pigments are in there, but I could not tell you what the ratio is at all. But yeah, there's three people to choose from: a model, an actor, and I for the life of me cannot remember the other guy what he does. Um, he's famous in Britain, you know. um, yeah, I don't know, but he has a good face to paint, that's for sure. So. And then I was saying it's about 4 hours, but because I have to take care of the stream and I've talked to people and everything, uh, it's not like going to be precisely 4 hours on the dot, type of thing. And I am working on a relatively large size for this. I'm doing a 12 by 16, which is a little on the larger side, I feel like, especially for a 4 hour painting. But I don't know. Because of the cropping on this, I felt it necessary. Oh yeah, Michelle put a link to the Discord. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. It's very hard to paint and to also like manage links and everything at the same time. So I do appreciate it. So I don't use the grid system anymore. Uh, I found it to be um, I don't know, just a little on the restrictive side, and it ended up just slowing me down, I feel like, overall. Um, but I do the center lines, which I use very much in the same way as the grid system. It's just a much looser grid. If I was painting much larger paintings, I might add a few lines to help. But yeah, there are other systems than the grid system. It just kind of depends. There's nothing wrong with it though. Like I said, I've used it in the past. It's very useful and it's very functional. That's for sure. And yeah, participants are welcome. And as we go through it, people will be posting in the Discord their progress shots, I hope. Do you hear me? you're posting in the, no, I'm just kidding, but hopefully people do, because then we can take a break and do a little like, here we are halfway through. This is where everyone's at, you know, that type of thing. Hey, Julie, sorry. Welcome. Good evening. I'm coming to cheer you up. You'll have to try it another day. Hey, no worries. I understand. Time zones are what they are, right? Like, and people's schedules as well. So I get it. Zan says, I'm painting the young artist that kind of looks like a 60s Sierra catalog model, given the toothy smile. Okay. The guy? Is he or are you painting one of the artists from the show? Hi, Isaac. Wait, is it Isaac? No. Wait, how do I pronounce that? Likez? Likez? Welcome. I'm probably butchering that. I apologize. I've said it many times. I'm really bad with names, so I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Is that IK? IK. Okay. IK Designs. Welcome. How are you doing? Like Mike? Okay. Hi from Siberia. Welcome. Uh, Nedia. Welcome. Okay, without the M. Mike. So Ike Designs. Welcome. How are you doing? I hope some of the people coming in. So we're doing a Portrait Artist of the Year paint along, if anybody doesn't know. And so I grabbed screenshots from one of the episodes of Portrait Artist of the Year. And the idea is to paint along from the episode. There are screenshots. There is. Hold on a second. I'm getting called out here. 1 second. A timer would be helpful. I don't. Okay, I don't know how to. I don't have a timer on screen set up yet. Yeah. Okay, that would be helpful. Michelle was telling me that having excuse me, having a timer on screen would be helpful, and she's right. Sorry. I'll keep you guys updated on the time though. So we're doing, for anyone who's new, we're doing Portrait Artist of the Year paint along. There are links and references in my Discord from season 4, episode 2. You can pick any of the models to paint from, and the idea is to pretend that you're on the show. So we have 4 hours. We're going to try and paint it, and yeah, we are about 10 minutes in. And so, yeah, maybe on my next break, I will try and get a clock running. I'm not sure. That might be complicated. But yeah, but that's the idea. And then if you want to talk and chat in the chat, that is welcome. That is also welcome. Let me see. Here is the okay. Michelle, if you could put the links again, that'd be helpful because it's a bit of a pain for me to do right now. Cassandra says, I didn't want him to try and do it live. LOL, it's a delicate setup. It is. Trying to set all this stuff up is delicate. And anytime you try and add or change something, everything just kind of breaks. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's the idea of the stream. And just to have fun, it's not a competition. There's not going to be any winners really, other than everyone who participates, because everyone, when you paint, you're a winner because painting's fun, and that's the whole point of it, right? Like that's the idea. So yeah. Um, yeah, I think that's about it. I think I covered it for the new people. If I didn't, questions are welcome. Go ahead, please. I am painting, um, I cannot remember his name, uh, comedian from the Great British Bake Off. Um, yeah, I can't remember his name though. All right, let me see here. All right. I think some of the proportions are a little off. Let me try and fix those before I start laying down uh, color. I think this is really the thing that's off right here. Ike says, I don't know how to paint, so I'll try and use pastel pencils instead. Hey, pastels, pencils, digital, it's all welcome. I don't think they've done digital on the show, but they've done pretty much everything else. So you could do color pencils if you want. You can do um, almost anything, basically. The point is just to make art and have fun. You know, I encourage, I think, you know, I'm in favor of people making art, obviously. I think it's a very human thing to do. I think it's one of the most human things you can do. I feel like a lot of people um, lock themselves out of making art for fear of not being good. And I think that's a mistake. So I encourage everyone to paint, to draw, to have fun, and find ways of being artistic. Doesn't have to be painting, it doesn't have to be drawing. Those are the basics, and I'm a fan, but you know, it can be other things too. Uh, Cassandra says it's impossible to get it wrong, and that's what's so great about it. Absolutely. Des says, I'm squeezing tubes. Lovely. I had to move my monitor a little bit. It was at an odd angle. Did not realize. Alrighty. So the thing about painting fast is like, you can only move so fast. And the faster you go, a lot of times the more mistakes you end up making. So sometimes slowing down, being more precise is actually faster. It kind of looks like he has a claw right now, but oh well. Hopefully by the end he doesn't look like that anymore. At least that's the goal. All right, so I'm just going to get out some more brushes and probably squeeze out some more paint because I realized I don't think I have enough paint for a what's it called? For a canvas this size. Although technically I'm working on paper, not canvas, but whatever. That doesn't really matter. So I'm working on paper that I treated with acrylic matte medium. So that's what I'm currently working on. All right. Let's squeeze out some more paint. I meant to do this before I started, but yeah, got distracted and didn't get to it. I like having my what's it called? My palette visible to everybody. Unfortunately, with the proportions of this panel, it's not entirely an option. So it's just going to be this for now. Alrighty. And like I said, I haven't really eaten today, so I'm going to grab another bite of my cookie. It's a protein cookie, so supposedly better than just a cookie. Generally speaking, when a lot of portrait artists or figure artists they'll paint in the shadows as one color, often just like a block in color, whatever they decide. I don't usually do that anymore. I basically lay in flats, kind of similar to if you've ever done digital coloring, like comic book coloring, kind of like that, honestly. And then after I lay in my flats, I will go back in and mess it up a lot and then go back in and draw it in again and so on. It's a whole thing. with Noel with his like super dark hair though. I'm gonna go pretty dark pretty fast because his hair is um, just he just goes for straight up black. Although there are some shine and other colors in there. One of the things I'm hoping to highlight though is his eyes. He has really blue, pretty eyes. And I do want to bring that out quite a bit. I don't think his eyes are quite as like blue and piercing as the chef from the Great British Bake Off, but I wonder because like I feel like when I've watched that show, I wonder if they're artificially pumping up the colors on his eyes because they almost seem digital with how like blue they are. The chef is Paul Hollywood. Really? That's his name? Okay. Was not expecting that. But yeah, I feel like they artificially pump up his eye color because they it looks fake. Maybe it's not, but like it does kind of look fake. I don't really watch a ton of the Great British Bake Off, but Michelle does. In case anyone's curious, because I don't think you can really see it, I am working with a CMYK palette, which is a great palette, very versatile, um, but also has some distinct disadvantages as well. Zan says colored contacts, I bet. I don't know. Maybe. I think they just pump up the contrast and the vibrancy, not the contrast, the vibrancy and the saturation in general on that show. Because if you look at like some of the colors just don't look right on those shows. So that's my theory, at least. But yeah, I'm using a CMYK palette, which one of the main disadvantages to this palette is just the amount of color mixing I need to do, which, you know, on when you're trying to go fast is very counter to, you know, the process. But it does have some other distinct advantages, which are nice. Not necessarily for this situation, but in general. Like, for one, you don't have to buy a ton of different paints, which cuts down on the cost, you know, which is always nice because paint can be expensive. So only requires 5 tubes of paint. But because you only use 5 tubes of paint, you do go through them a little faster. And you're mixing a ton. That's the biggest disadvantage, the constant mixing. But you get real good at mixing, which is, I think, one of the biggest advantages, because you can always change your palette over time. If you see that you're always mixing the same, you know, same like variation, you can pre-mix your colors if you want. You can, you know, you can buy convenience colors. That's always an option. So yeah. I'm pretty sure his eye color is natural. He just has really blue eyes, you know? Like I said, I think it is natural. I just think that they pump up the saturation and vibrancy in general on that show. Like if you look at the grass outside, it is like neon green. So I think that's what it is, honestly. He wears things to make them stand out. Oh, I know. I'm sure the wardrobe is set up for that for sure. Because they do like to highlight it quite a bit. I've noticed that actually on a ton of reality shows that they pump up the vibrancy and the saturation and everything to the point where like sometimes I can almost see that the colors are clipping, right? Especially anytime there's like a blue light. And this is for other reality stuff. I don't watch a ton of it, but when I do see it, I notice that stuff. A lot of times they really pump up the saturation and vibrancy on stuff. I saw a video recently that covered what the difference between saturation and vibrancy is, and it's interesting. It's very nuanced, but I can't remember what the difference was exactly, or how to like convey it to everybody. But it was very interesting. I'll try and remember if I can. If I'm remembering correctly, what it is vibrance, saturation is um, how far it is from black, and vibrancy is how far it is from like gray. And that's not entirely accurate though. I'm thinking of the triangle on the computer. It's like um how did was it described? As you go closer to the shoot, I'm forgetting it. I don't have it. I thought I remembered it, but I clearly do not. There's a guy on YouTube and Instagram and everything, Peter something colors. I can't remember. He all he talks about is like colors and color science. It's really interesting. Some of it is useful, sometimes some of it is not. Kind of depends on what you need. You know, some of it's just like good demonstrations of things that like personally I already knew or am familiar with. It's just like, oh, this is an interesting way of like demoing it, I guess. But yeah. So when I'm laying in flats like this, one of the things I'm considering, not so much with the background like now, but overall, like when I go in and put in colors, certain colors, I'm thinking of like, okay, what is the painting process going to be like on these colors? Like, am I going to go lighter or darker? Usually I put in the darker of the colors because lighter paint can usually cover darker paint easier. However, there are limitations to that, so it kind of depends. It's not a like always do this, but generally that is true. And generally, that's how you want to layer your paints, anyways. But yeah, especially hair. That's one of the places that you want to put down a base, and then you can paint the like whatever. If it happens to be darker, this is almost never the case. And usually in hair, the darker layer is underneath and then the lighter layer above. But, on an off chance you have some weird scenario, you can flip it. All right. So we are about 30 minutes in, roughly. A little over, but yeah. Just giving some updates to anybody who needs it. And if anyone's wondering, I do not clean my brush nearly enough. That's why I'm getting weird streaks or like dirty colors. Yeah, that is why. Luckily, I'm usually not going for very clean, like usually, um, clean colors and everything. Otherwise, I'm a little more cautious if I am. Since I paint wet into wet, I often, what's it called? I'm often just dealing with a lot of dirty colors in general. So kind of just got used to it. Not that you can't paint clean colors in wet into wet, it's just a lot harder and I can never keep up with it. Yes, Michelle is right. If you want to share your progress photos, that would be amazing. And we can do, we can take little breaks and show the progress as people get through it. And you can see from my paint, like I'm not very far along. So like no, no worries if you're not like that far along. Des says, I'm at the I hate this, I'm tearing it up stage. Des, come on. I've seen your paintings. Nothing to worry about. And as always, not saying for you, Des, but I'm just saying in general, like, remember, sometimes you have off days. It's not a big deal. Even like really good artists have off days. It's not a big deal. You can push through it. I believe in you, Des. I believe in all of you. One of my favorite artists of all times is Nicholas Uribe. I've talked about him a lot. I follow him on his channel, Our Painted Lives. He's a big influence in my painting style, or he's become a big influence over the years. Um, Even he struggles sometimes. We've all There's a joke in his community because he often seems to struggle with apples specifically. Um, but yeah, it just it happens to everybody. It's not a big deal, and he's an amazing artist. If he can have an off day or struggle to paint something as simple as an apple, like we all can. It's not a big deal. That says, it turns out fine. I know it. That's what helps me get through, right? Zan says, Nicholas is the best. He is. I love his art, and I love him as a person. He's such a like positive person, such an encouraging person. Um, he's a great teacher. Um, you know, I have almost nothing but good things to say about him. He's he's not fantastic about responding to messages, though. I'll say that. uh, no, don't take it personally. Although that's not true when you're taking his classes. He's really good about that on his classes. I do recommend his classes if you have an opportunity. They sell out almost instantly, and they're not. I don't want to say they're expensive because I think they're very reasonably priced, but they're longer than my workshop, so they're priced accordingly. But his YouTube channel is fantastic. Anyone who doesn't know it, I highly recommend it. It's called Our Painted Lives. He has a ridiculously large backlog of videos that you can go watch. Literally, I think 2 years worth of daily videos, or weekday videos, I should say. Such an awkward thing. It's not daily, it's week daily. Weekdays daily. And then after doing that for a few years, he started streaming regularly. And now he doesn't, but he did for a while. That was fun. Actually, that's how a lot of people who are watching me now, that's how we all met. And that's actually how I met, uh, uh, oh my God, I'm blanking on his name, from Sparrow Studios. That's how we met, was through Nicholas's um, YouTube channel. So there's a style of painting that's like, I'm sure you've seen it in general, but you've definitely seen it on the show and online, where people do these, paintings or demos of paintings, and it's like this unfinished look where things like kind of you know, like the painting, you know, like starts to come undone on the edges because they just didn't paint in those areas. Like a vignette, but I think there's a word for it. I can't remember off the top of my head though. Um, but I've never really painted like that. So I just cover the whole canvas and then I'll go into it and like start cleaning it up. Hey, what's up? I don't know where your phone is. Alrighty. Most of the oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that in your ear. I apologize. Most of the canvas is covered. Let's see. Oh, we have a drawing established already. This is from Zan. Let's show that real quick. Very cool. Zan is doing one of the other sitters, obviously. Very cool. What size is that, Zan? I'm guessing it's kind of on the small side. $11 by 14. Oh, it's a lot larger than I thought it was. Very nice, very nice. All right, let's use the brayer for a little bit. I don't want to overdo it with the brayer today, but a little. So the two things I'm looking at with the brayer is three actually. I'm trying to um, any place where the paint is too thick, I'm trying to thin it out. Any place where there's too much white from the paper, I'm trying to use the brayer to smush the paint in. And then I'm also trying to look for places where I want to pull out some of the paint because it will, transfer some of it over. So I'm looking for that too. But I'm trying, whether or not I'm succeeding is, questionable. But I'm trying not to overdo it with the brayer today because of the speed issue. Or rather the time issue, because we are an hour into the stream and we're about 45 minutes into the painting, roughly. Because I took at least like 15 minutes to start. Let's see. Alrighty. Okay. There we go. I'm trying something a little different today with how I have my setup and how I'm using my technology stuff to like um, check myself. It's a little awkward and not exactly perfect, but at least this way I'm not like taking photos and like going back and forth to my computer and everything. So we'll try this way for now. For anyone who's wondering, um, I don't think there's anything wrong with using all kinds of different techniques to get your drawing in and so on. All the old masters that everyone, loves used all kinds of techniques. There's nothing wrong with it. Michelle says, so is it worth it if I tag Noel and share your YouTube with him? Not at all. Although, I doubt anything would come of it. I've tried tagging celebrities before. They're not exactly the most, you know, accessible in the world a lot of times. Did I see the season of Taskmaster he was on? I did not. I don't think I've ever seen that show. I don't know if I've even heard of it. I'll be honest. What kind of show is it? It's really fun. Okay, I believe it. Is it a reality show? Like a game show? It's a linear thinking puzzle show with comedians? Okay, interesting. Sounds interesting. I like puzzles. Oh, thanks, Cassandra. Appreciate it. Alrighty. Okay, Des, no worries. I've been snacking as well. I meant to eat before starting, but I didn't get around to it. So, most, in my opinion, for the pose I picked and everything, most of it's going to come down to his eyes and his hand. But most of all, I feel like underneath his eyes, like his like little smile, that's like reaching his eyes, that to me is going to be possibly one of the most important parts of the whole painting. In this pose specifically, or this screenshot specifically. Eyes are, generally speaking, considered to be very important in portraits and everything, but depending on how like close you are to the figure in the portrait, often they're not that important, or not. It's not that they're not that important, but it takes a lot less to make them fit to be appropriate, a lot less than you might think a lot of times, I guess. So it's not that they're not important, it's just that you can get away with a lot less and still convey the eyes just fine. It depends, of course. If you're like very close up on them, it's a little different, but yeah. There's a hair on my brush that just will not come off. What is up with that? The stubble is going to be a pain in the butt. I will say that. There we go. All right, it's starting to come together. His color are so washed out. It is so subtle, all the little changes in his complexion. Yeah, it says, yeah, he's pale. I'm boosting his colors. Oh, that's absolutely a fair strategy. You don't have to match his colors exactly. You know, there are paintings out there that mess with people's colors a lot. Also, you know, if, like everyone's seen that the thing with the dress that's blue and black, or some people saw it as gold and oh, white or something. Um, you know, depending on the lighting, colors will change drastically, and you can still interpret them as whatever they're supposed to be. So there's a lot of room. That is the wrong color, I'll tell you that much. Luckily, it wipes off really quickly and easily. Uh, Ike says, my first attempt didn't work. It looks like an alien. I'm starting again from scratch. No worries, it happens. Even people who go on the show have that happen. So, no worries. You'll get it. There are quite a few options of shots to choose from. There are. And unlike the show, if you feel like it, you can always go to a different sitter as well. Michelle says, I'd love to see an artist take their art super serious, painting portraits like the ones you'd see for presidents or kings, and then at the end put googly eyes on them just for funsies. Um, yeah, I don't know if there's anyone who does that, but I'm sure there are people who put googly eyes on the portraits of those people, that exist. I don't know if they're the original painters, though, of said paintings. The what's it called? One of the things when painting people who are very pale or white objects, if you've ever painted white, uh, clothes or white flowers, it can be very misleading because our brain says this is white, so it has to be light. But if something's, you know, in shadow, in dark, um, it's not always, even if it's white, it can change colors. So that is one thing to kind of keep in mind if anyone's painting him. I know I'm trying to keep that in mind. So normally I have this system of painting where I've talked about this before. I leave the eyes for later in the painting because I feel like if you get everything in the right place, then you can, focus on the eyes, get them in the put them in. If everything's in the right place, you can put them in the right place, and you don't have to worry about constantly like readjusting the painting to fit around the eyes, which I feel is better. Having said that, because this painting is under a time limit, and the idea is to get, a good looking painting done in the time limit. And because in this specific reference, I feel like his eyes, his face in general, but his eyes are like one of the most important parts. Like, I don't care if I get his arm exactly right or, you know, anything else. His hair is really important. But you can go a little crazy with the hair too for fun. I think I actually might focus on the eyes a bit and then kind of go back and forth and fit, and then tighten up the eyes first, and then the rest will just be kind of gravy on top kind of thing. Oh, Ike says, mine's a disaster. I'll start again. That's fair, but I'll show it if you don't mind. I'll give you a minute in case you decide you don't want me to show it on stream. But I think it's a good first try. You'll get it next time, kind of thing. But yeah, I think it's a first good try. You don't mind? Okay. One second. All right, here we go. Um, there we go. Yeah, I think it's a fine start. I do think maybe the size is kind of working against you. You might wanna go a little larger too. But yeah. All right. It's definitely null. Yeah, definitely. No, I really think I think it's a good start. hold on, I'm dealing with some stupid thing right here. Okay, not exactly how I'd do it, but alrighty. Yeah, see, Zan says, you do have some likeness there. I recognize him already. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, what the? Okay, sorry, I don't know what just happened there. Sorry, I'm dealing with one second, some technical stuff. All right, there we go. There we go. You're trying it again with pencil instead of pastel sticks? Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. All right, I got everything set up. Yeah, a timer clock is not happening today. I'm sorry. Next time I'll do a timer clock. But we are almost halfway-ish through the stream. I say ish because 3 is technically halfway, but it's not really. Like 3:30 is technically halfway through the whole stream. Because I put some padding on either side, you know? Okay. Sorry, just making sure no messages are like super important that I'm getting. All right. There's some little changes I need to start making. All right. At least we aren't getting cease and desist messages. uh, true. Although I don't know if that's even, and I guess anything's possible, but yeah. I'm not playing the episode, you know, so it would be, I feel like it would be a different story if I was actually like playing the episode as it's going along. But yeah, maybe paint along might not be the right name for it, but I could not think of a better name, so I went with paint along. You know, the thing about hair is his hair isn't entirely accurate right now, but the thing about hair is it's very forgiving. You can be slightly off on a lot of things in hair and no one's going to know or care for that matter. Unless it's something super, super, you know, specific. Like there are those instances, but it's not the majority of instances. Let me look here. Like I said, I'm trying a different technique today. Um, we'll we'll see how it goes. I think it's working pretty okay. It's not, perfect. But yeah. Only problem is that my monitor is so far away from me that like I literally struggle to see it. There's a way you can watch one of the episodes and still paint, do the watch along thing on Discord that Donley. That's a different thing. Um, that would be that's a totally different thing. And yeah, that has all kinds of different hoops and stuff to go through. Because despite what you might think, Discord actually tries to what's it called? They actually have some filters put in place that can be very disruptive, even if you have the rights to things or you're using things in fair use. Um, yeah, it can be very disruptive. So it kind of depends. But also, the other thing too is that the paint along doesn't actually work while watching the episode, if you think about it, because um, we need to see the reference the whole time while we're painting. But while the episode's playing, they go through and they, talk to different people and they show different things. And so it actually wouldn't really work for artists unless everybody had their reference in addition to doing the paint along, in addition to playing the episode while it was running, kind of thing. I feel like it just makes everything overly complicated. But I do understand where you're coming from with that. I think for the stubble, what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to grab a brush, like an older brush that is kind of messed up, and end up doing that. When I get to that point. It's also worth remembering that when you see the show, a lot of the artists on the show don't end up, they practice a lot, which I've been doing a little bit. So, I've been doing that lately. But a lot of them also don't really finish the portraits. It's worth remembering that, right? Like a lot of them, a significant amount of them don't end up actually finishing the portrait. Like they have a painting, but it's not like what I would call a very fine, refined finish painting. You know what I mean? It's worth keeping that in the back of your mind if you're like stressed out at all. Alrighty. How's everyone doing, by the way? I'm just grabbing a couple more brushes so I can, get some of the detail and stuff when I need it. All right, quick stretch. Sandra says, I'm great. Haven't painted a human being in ages. Maybe we'll do a cat version of this one day. Pet portrait artist of the year. Zan says, I'm having to correct my drawing at a stage I would prefer not to. Shoot. Yeah, that's rough. It's one of the things I do personally love about oil paints, where it's just like, I feel like they're the most, it's like the most forgiving medium next to like, what's it called? Digital, I guess. Digital's the most forgiving, but next, aside from digital. Okay, that's where my head pops in. All right. Michelle says, I need a portrait of Dresden against the dark green couch. I don't know about that. We'll see. But I do want to paint Dresden at some point. I'm just, I'm not much for pet portraits, I've actually never done a pet portrait in oils. I've done the digital ones, but I've never done an oil one. This says great opportunity for you to start painting, Michelle, a portrait of Dresden darker. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Des is right. Time to start painting. Why'd you pin that, Michelle? Were you trying to delete it or respond to it? What's happening? No, she was saying that you should paint Dresden, not me. You. I think you misinterpreted the comment. You did. Okay. You like how you interpreted it more? Yeah, of course. That's how I feel about most laws. I like how I interpret them more. Unfortunately, most of the time, the police don't agree with me on those interpretations, but you know. Cassandra says, okay, time for me to take a short break before going forward. It's at the point where I need to see it fresh to check proportions. Yeah, yeah. It's important to do that. Super important to do that. I'm getting notifications from a Reddit, which, I mean, not a Reddit, a Discord, which doesn't make sense because shouldn't be. In streamer mode, I shouldn't be getting notifications. I don't know what's going on. While I'm doing this, I guess I can mention some other things. Let's see. Um, I've already talked about my workshop. There's links in the description. You can see on my website more information about it. I was going to talk about Kara or Kara. I'm not sure how they pronounce it, I'll be honest. But if you're online and you're an artist, a lot of artists are moving there. So hopefully it, you know, destabilizes Instagram a bit because they're being assholes and stealing everyone's artwork. And actually, not just artists, photographers and individuals. So, everybody, basically. So sign up for Kara and donate if you can. If you can't, no worries. It's made by an artist and I'm sure some other people. But yeah, looks like a good platform to be a part of. And they're partnered with Glaze, or yeah, with the Glaze project from the University of Chicago, which is trying to help protect artists from AI training. So, sounds like a good partnership, good social media thing to be a part of. Or not, obviously it's up to you. I'm just giving my 2 cents here. All right, this is starting to really look like him, I think. Usually, not always, but a lot of times, I try not to go like very high contrast with things because I like moodiness. And when you go high contrast, it's not that you can't go moody, but it is definitely challenging. However, you really can't paint him without going high contrast and do him justice, I think. Car needs work. It definitely needs work. They're working on it, but it's, it's work in progress. But it really has potential, and I'm glad to see so many folks there. Absolutely. I don't usually jump immediately to a platform, but I did this time. Yeah, same. It definitely needs work. They're working on it. They grew way faster than, I guess anticipated or expected. So that's why they also need donations if you can afford it, because the like their server costs and everything just like um, went insane. We don't think of servers as being all that expensive, but on that scale, it starts getting very expensive, at least from what I know. Des says, okay, this dude's eyes are nuts. Yeah, they are blue. Sandra says, yeah, I'm going to buy them a coffee for sure. So anyone who doesn't know, that's kind of their donation system. It says buy me a coffee kind of thing. Yeah, it does. I looked up his eye color to make sure though. It is blue, not green. I know on screens sometimes it can be hard to tell. His eyes are blue. Okay, now he's looking a little mad, and I don't want him to look mad, so I gotta fix that. So eyebrows are an example of with dark eyebrows like this, they're actually an example of where it does go opposite. if you put in the kind of the underlying color of the skin, and then you go in with a brush on top of it with the dark color for the eyebrows, then it can give you the look of like hair on top of skin. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Zan says, lunch break, I'm stopping my own clock. Fair enough. We'll restart soon. He really has his, Liad, you really have his eyes, brow, and head shape. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. I understand people are, busy doing other things. So that's cool if you can't do a, what's it called? All the way through on one sitting. I understand that. I have a tendency when I paint to get get something accurate and then lose it and then have to get it again and lose it, and there's a lot of back and forth. So if you're painting and you feel like that sometimes, I don't know if it's normal, but I definitely experience that a lot. I do think it's normal. So this brush has far thicker and firmer, what's it called, bristles. It's almost a bristle brush. Essentially, it's like a bristle brush, only it's synthetic. And that can be very useful when trying to get that hair. I don't want to say that hair texture because I am not going to paint every individual hair, but you want to get the illusion of the hair, you know? And one thing that I think is really important is like if you can do figure drawing, I think is really great. I think learning from people who do what's it called? Concept art is really great. Looking in the mirror a lot is great too. All of these things combined, honestly, because one of the things you'll find when working on something like this, like we're working from, you know, um, screenshots. I tried playing it at 4K. Who knows how well they actually shot it, so on, all the color manipulation they did, and so on. The reason I'm mentioning it is because there are areas of the face where you tend to get all kinds of, like, there's certain things that, there's tendencies in people, like in the eyes, in the corners, you'll often get some redness of like you know, um, the skin reflecting into the white, or the red veins and so on. So there's a ton of little details like that that you might not even be able to see them, and you might not be able to paint them either, but you might be able to hint at them, by choosing, slightly redder colors, or, whatever. Like, all that is kind of, it's good to know about. And it's not something that you're going to get, like, off of just any reference photo, we'll put it that way, right? Like, some reference photos will have it, most won't, unless they're trying to show it. Excuse me. All right. We're almost at the halfway point, by the way. So anyone who wants to share, now would be a good time. As a, like, here we are halfway through kind of thing. Yep, I slightly moved things out of place and now I had to go back in and fix some of it. Like I said, that happens a lot in my painting. So I did lose a little of the eyes here, unfortunately. So I'll just have to get it back. But that is one of the things I'm kind of like, talking about when I say like no fear painting. Years ago, I would have been scared to make these changes because like, oh, the eyes they're kind of there, right? They're kind of accurate. They were slightly off, which obviously makes no sense because they can't be, slightly off, but also in the right place. But they look like they look convincing even though they're not right. And sometimes that's fine. Sometimes you don't need to change, sometimes that's all you need. It just needs to look convincing. It doesn't really matter. Uh, there's an artist I know who I don't want to say he's what's it called? I don't want to say he's inaccurate, but a lot of times, like, it just doesn't matter. He's so confident and good with his line work and his draftsmanship that even when he's wrong, it usually really doesn't matter. He's just so good. And that might be weird to hear, but yeah, you can fake a lot of stuff depending. It just kind of depends. But when you're doing a portrait, um, and likeness is important, you can fake a lot less. Also, in case anyone's wondering or concerned about this or heard this before, there's a term you hear in art a lot if something looks overworked. That is a very misleading term, honestly. It's truth. You can paint or draw something that looks overworked, but just because something might look overworked or not look overworked, it doesn't actually have anything to do with how much work, time, or effort you actually put into it. Unfortunately, it's a weird thing. There's a correlation between the two, but it's not a causation. Like, just because you work on something for, ever, doesn't mean it can't look fresh or not overworked. And just because you barely work on something doesn't mean it can't look overworked. So I know not always the best thing to hear, but at the same time, it does free you up from worrying about that. I will say this, I don't 100% know how to decide when something is or isn't overworked. I feel like that might be one of those things that it's like somewhat subjective. Unless I hear from some other artist and they're like, oh, this is how you do it. And I'm like, and I think about it and I agree with them, which might happen, but I've yet to hear a perfect, distilled explanation as to how and why things look overworked. There are certain techniques that are very hard to do, if not impossible. If you if you're not a very certain type of painter, and that might contribute to it a bit, for sure. Like if you want to have um, very, subtle, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Translucencies and transparency, and use transparent paint in a very expressive way, but also a very alla prima type of way, where it's like you put down a single brush stroke and that brush stroke just stays there the whole painting. Yeah, that will, probably look fresh, and it'll be very, you can't really rework into that. So it's a different type of painting, honestly. I think a lot of people stepped away for lunch, so no one's really, let's see. Has anyone posted in Discord recently? Oh, here we go. We do have some Discord posts. Yay. All right. French fries is here. Let's see. Okay, this is French fries. It's on its side at the moment, but it's a good start. Very anatomical, which is, very construction based, which a lot of people who do animation stuff who have a background in animation or illustration use techniques like this, which are great, always good. And here's Des at the moment. That looks good. The only thing I will say, Des, is I think your camera exposed for the screen versus for the artwork. But yeah. Yep, we're halfway through. Ike says I'm happier with my second attempt. Awesome. Oh yeah, that's looking good. Let's show it. Yeah, that looks great. Very cool. Very, very nice. Yeah, the pencils definitely uh helped. I think honestly, I think the size, like your pencils being sharper, really helped a lot. But yeah, it looks great. Okay. All right. Yeah, you guys are doing a fantastic job. I gotta step up now and actually finish this. Yeah, you know, French fries. Oh, I mean, Mike, sorry. I think you did great. Are you going to keep working on it or are you pretty much done with it? Or are you going to do another one? I'm done with pastels for now. Oh, I will do another one with ballpoint pen. Nice, nice. Very cool. Ballpoint pens are fun. There's a ballpoint pen. It has the four it's the 4-in-1 type of pen, but the four colors, instead of being like, I don't know, random colors, it's a CMYK. So you can kind of paint with it, or get all the colors by optically mixing and scribbling. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it's fun. All right. I'm gonna have to pause my. I have my cell phone recording here, but I'm gonna have to pause it so I can get closer. Yeah. When going in for the details, you know, sometimes you just gotta get real up in there. I'm trying to keep my head out of the. Yep, there. I'm trying to keep my head out, but we'll see how well I succeeded then. My dad got me cobalt teal paint for my birthday, and I love it so much. Oh, that's so sweet. Cobalt teal is such a beautiful color. Trying it for the first time. Nice. Let's see something real quick for me. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. See, I'm making the eye too large and shifting it over too much. I knew it was happening. Yeah, cobalt teal is a great color. That makes him look super shifty. I gotta fix that fast. Only thing I will say about cobalt teal is just remember it will not go, it won't go dark and keep its saturation. As soon as you start darkening it up, it'll lose. So if you want like a dark blue, I would say start using a different color first. And then if you decide you want it in there, you can put it, but otherwise you're just going to waste a ton of it. He also gave me zinc white. I'd be I'd be using only titanium. It's nice to have the option between them. Be careful with zinc white. Wait, is this acrylics? Is this acrylics or oils? And I forgot you paint. Noel is sort of shifty. Part of his charm. He is sort of shifty. That is true. Uh, so if it's zinc white for acrylics, I have no comment. If it's zinc white for oils, I don't know that I would use it. The reason is zinc white in oil paints can make them brittle, and it's a known problem that it can make them brittle real fast and and peel. It's acrylics. Okay. And I have no comment. I don't know. I'm assuming they're fine for acrylics. Hey, Don Lee, welcome. How you doing, Don Lee? For those who don't know Don Lee is a streamer friend of mine who streams artwork, mostly digital art, but a lot of fun. And I highly recommend his stream and his community, honestly. Don't judge it based off of Des, even though she's in both of our communities, you know. Yeah, it's a cool place to be. I know, I'm kidding. Des is awesome. Des is awesome and has been super helpful and a big contributor um, to my stream. So she knows I'm just kidding. Also, she gives me a hard time on things, so it's just fair that I return the favor. Oh, it's already 4. Oh my God. There's only like an hour left. You know, I practiced painting fast and I'm painting super slow. I love that. That's such a great, fun thing. I literally have done practice streams where I thought was painting, real fast and everything, and now I'm doing it and I'm so slow. Andrew says, no, that's not long enough. Everyone's saying no. Yeah, I know. That's just the way it is. I feel you. I'm right there with you. I'm getting the gleam of the excitement in his eyes now. Thank you. I'm trying. I almost never break out the brushes this small on stream. But sometimes you just have to. At least we are all panicking together. Yes. Oh, Cassandra says, wait, gotta stop drinking around and actually get her features working out. Yeah, exactly. He's giving us the small brush treatment. You know, sometimes for the details, you just gotta bust out this detail brush. Don't get me wrong, I generally speaking think that you can get most of the details without it. However, you know, not always. The thing is, I think that generally speaking, implying the details is so much better than actually painting all the details in. However, that's, you know, like I said, generally speaking, most of the time, like all those caveats are in there for a reason, because sometimes you just need to go in there and paint the details. The thing is that a lot of times the details, like painting them, actually subtracts from the painting overall, versus when you just imply it, it works a lot better. But even with this detailed brush, you don't, like, I don't have to actually go in and paint all the details. There's ways of implying it. Like, I'm not going to go and grab my liner brush and paint in all the eyelashes, you know? Like, I'm not going to do that. That's not the type of paintings I want to do. Wait, you aren't painting eyelashes? I am painting eyelashes, but I'm not going to grab my liner brush and paint each individual eyelash, right? I'm going to paint them as a clump of like a general color, and I'm going to fringe them a little to give the implication that this is eyelashes, versus like going in and actually painting each individual one or something like that. See, the fact that I'm painting eyelashes like in this direction versus like, you know, I'm doing this direction as well, but you know, they don't move in that direction. So that should, you know, I'm painting the, like if I were to squint and look at it, I'm trying to paint that, not individual ones. Because like I have a liner brush right here. Where is it? I have this right? This can get very fine detail in there. Like I could go in and do individual hairs, but I'm not, I have no intention of doing that. All right, time is running out, so let's see if I can start pulling this together. Alrighty, let's see. Want to just get that like smile in there, which I think it's starting to be there. Oh, sorry about that. All right, how's everyone doing? We're getting close. Remember that even though it might be tempting to put in everything at the last minute, sometimes it's okay to just be okay with where it's at. I never listened to that, but you know, it is good advice. I just don't do it. Let's see if this brush can give me this double effect I need. Not perfect, but you know. Okay, that brush is not doing it right now. Let's trade for a second. All right, this I need to clean up a little because I feel like it is unclear what is happening here. Let's grab the big brush because I don't have time for the small brush right now. You know, it's moments like this where I wonder, what was I thinking adding the hand in here? Des says, wait, what was I thinking joining up to do this? Yeah. Okay, some of the fingers got a little messed up and I need to fix that. I'm losing the fingers. Hold on a second. Oh, look, a long break. Gotta get a wriggle now. Yep. All right. All right, we're almost there, everybody. Exciting. How much time do we have left? Technically 15 minutes, but 30 minutes till the end of the stream. Like I said, I'm willing to be a little, we can be a little loose with the exact timing here. Most of the artists on the show don't actually have to host the show while they paint, I mean, they do get harassed by the presenters, but that's still, less. Yeah, I really got a lot less done than I had planned, but like I said, the eyes on this painting are so important. If I don't get the eyes right, the rest of it, I might as well not paint it. Hi, Dresden. Hi, little guy. Yeah, what's going on? We're gonna have a little cat break, apparently. Dresden. Baby boy. Oh. Oh, thank you for the licks. Yeah. Look at you. Oh, you're so cute. Dresden. Look. No, don't look there. Look over here. Look over here. Look over here. I want people to see your pretty face. Yeah. Okay. I got to get back to painting, little boy. Yeah. You can have my seat. Here you go. Wait, Mr. Baby Dresden. Yeah. He will always be a baby boy, no matter how old he gets. All right. Well, I'm going to add a couple minutes, because of that. Seems fair, right? We get a little Dresden break, add a little time to our paint time for that. I'm gonna put out some more black because I'm about to lay into this with some black paint. So might as well just put it out now. What is happening? Why is it not? I want to see the whole screen or the whole image. There we go. Now, normally, I don't really go in with this much black on things, but I mean, really, how can I not with him? Donnelly says, yeah, I mean, Dresden is a force of nature, and they'd have to account for that if he visited the show. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, he would literally bring the whole show to a halt if he was on the show. As then. Sorry, I'm not very chatty at the moment because I'm really just trying to put the finishing touches on this, which I know everyone's aware of. I just thought I'd mention it. All right. See. Let's try and get some of the other details in a little. Wiz Mantis, hello, love the colors. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. So we're painting based off of I'm painting based off of a still from a screen grab from Portrait Artist of the Year. I don't know if you're familiar with this show, but it's a painting competition show. It's a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. And everyone's just we're just pretending we're on the show painting based off of the reference from an episode, season 4, episode 2 to be precise. So yeah, this is an actor who I can never remember his name. Someone here will remember it in just a moment and tell me what it is, or they won't. I can never remember, though. I think it's Noel something. I don't know. Yeah, and a bunch of people. We're actually going to be looking at the Discord in just a few minutes to see what everyone did. Um, you know, like I said, just for the fun of it. We're going over time just a little, but we're playing it a little loose with the rules, given that it's a Twitch stream. Usually, though, on my stream, we're not doing this. Usually, it's more just painting and talking about painting and stuff like that. It's been a while since I've done some traditional painting. You missed the smell and the mess. Hey, there's no time, like the present. In case you're worried about the you know toxic fumes and everything, you can paint without all of that. If you need help with that, I can recommend some websites and stuff and some materials. But yeah, you don't need to use solvents, and those are the main. That and the spontaneous combustion are the main source of concern when it comes to oil paints, as far as like painting in a small room, stuff like that. Oh, Don Lee? Nice. You can still join this exercise. It's not limited to the stream. Good point, Des. It's not. If you join the Discord, you can choose a portrait out of a lot of screenshots. Yeah, and do your own. Absolutely. And yeah, you could do it digital too if you wanted to. It's not limited to traditional mediums. I am focused on oil painting in my stream, but I also do digital artwork, especially for work. So yeah. Anyways, just following your Instagram impressive. So, oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. By the way, everyone, we are practically done. So finishing touches now and get ready to post so we can actually look at people's work. Alrighty, everybody. Is everybody posted? Time up? Yeah, pretty much time up. I'm cheating a little bit. Yeah, time's up. There we go. All right, I'm calling it done. I mean, look, I could keep working on this for a long time, but within the reason of the rules, I'm going to be calling it finished. Now, I don't think you can all see it too well, so let me see if I can zoom in a little. That is the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Now you can see the important part. Got the eyes in there. Donnelly says, cheating? No, I didn't see nothing. Leod would never, and I'm offended you even asked. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Thanks, Donnelly. All right. Let's see. Let's open the Discord. Oh, awesome. Cassandra says peeling tape. Okay. All right. I'll show. Oh, there we go. All right. Let's open the Discord here. This is Des. Oh, you did such a good job on the eyes, Des. Really, really good job. Once again, like, the color on his eyes is what's, is the thing. And you did a great job on that. And you got his nose. His nose is kind of an odd shape. And I think you did a great job with that. And also the some of the whiskers of the mustache, trying to get that stubble in. All the stubble looks pretty good. Oh wait, there's a new version. Okay. I don't see the difference, but good job. Right? Great job, Des. Fantastic. And then this is Cassandra's. Ah, fantastic job. So there, for those who don't know, there are 3 sitters in the show, in each episode. So, everyone can choose who they want to paint. Very good job, Cassandra. Despite it being acrylics, you actually did a good job. So, hat off to you. But yeah, it looks great. I think she's such an interesting model. Would have been a lot of fun to paint her. I was tempted to, but yeah. I did Noel because I know I have seen him before. And for anyone who doesn't know, I was joking about about acrylics. I think they're hard to work with personally, but there's nothing wrong with painting with acrylics. But yeah. So I really did not do a ton of detail in a lot of places, but I really focused on trying to get those eyes in. But yeah, I think everyone did fantastic. Oh, and let me show real quick, back to the Discord real quick. Oh, this is a new one. I didn't even see this one. Oh, Ike, fantastic job with the ballpoint pen. That's great. I love it. That's so good. And then this was from before. Fantastic job. Ike, you did great. These are fantastic. Honestly, I'm really impressed with everybody. You all did fantastic. So, trying to think. My brain's a little fried at this point. But yeah, great job, everybody. Feel free to share it. Des says 4 hours. Yeah, that's all in 4 hours. So really fantastic job. Oh wait, is there more? Did someone just post more? Oh no, it just jumped from something else. Anyways, Great job, everybody. You all did great. Yeah, and if anyone wants to participate after the fact, join the Discord. There's links to the images and everything. And what else am I? Yeah, and you can share in the Discord. If you post online, please tag me. I'd love to see it. What else? We'll do more of these. We'll do it again at some point. I don't know when exactly, but we'll definitely do it again. And what else? I guess I should point out I have a workshop, No Fear Painting. Links, information on my website, liad.com. All the social medias, Kara, everything. I don't know. I'm fried. But yeah, and also anybody, if you want to, feel free to take your painting to an even further finish. So you can see what you can do in 4 hours and you can take it further. Or not, because the process of painting a 4-hour painting versus the process of painting, a longer painting aren't always in step with each other. But it's always good to push and, see where you can modify your approach. This was so fun. Absolutely. Yeah. I really enjoyed this. This is the second one we've done. First one, I painted this. This was not, I worked on this some more after the fact. I am not claiming to have done this in 4 hours for the record. Discord, you're messing me up here. So I painted this last time. Like I said, I continued working on it though. This is not a 4-hour painting. But this was a lot of fun. And everyone who worked on who painted last time did an amazing job as well. It was a lot of fun. So we'll be doing this again, probably in about a month or two, maybe, give or take. I have my workshop coming up, so I will be a bit busy with that, but yeah. So that's it. I don't know what else to say. I'm calling it a night. Hope everyone has a great rest of your weekend, and I will be back. I stream Tuesday night, Thursday night, Sunday afternoon. That's the schedule until it changes. Yeah. French Fries said, had a lot of fun. Looking forward to the next one. Awesome. So thank you so much for being a part of it. And I look forward to seeing what you how you finish your drawing. But yeah, have a great one, everybody.